Hey there, Central Ohio. Thanks for joining us here on 10 TV Plus. I'm meteorologist Michael Behrens. It is another hot and humid afternoon of showers and thunderstorms across Central Ohio. And with that humidity and the heat comes the risk for these pop-up stronger storms, much like what we've seen for several days this week. And again, this afternoon, we are seeing it once more across Central Ohio. So let's go ahead and dive right into where the storms are most active at this time. That would be over in our western counties, Champaign, Clark, and Madison counties, all under a severe thunderstorm warning until about 2:30 this afternoon. So again, we'll be watching these storms as they develop this afternoon and see how many of them actually do gather this strength out there. For now, it's just the one. Again, wind is our biggest concern, and much like yesterday, these storms not particularly moving all that fast, only moving about 15 miles per hour, just sort of slowly drifting its way off to the east. But with that in mind, we do want to go ahead and track these storms for you so you know where they are heading. So we'll stop the motion here on radar and we'll go ahead and track that storm out over the next hour. So this is not, again, moving all that fast. The area of the highest rainfall, heaviest lightning, the strongest part of that storm, east at about 15 miles per hour, really just barely gets it into Madison County as we head through the next hour. You can see it gets to about really not many towns in the way here. Summerford by 2:36, and again into Madison County by the time we pass about the 2:30 mark here this afternoon. So this is going to be a slow moving storm, a heavy thunderstorm with plenty of rain, possibly some small hail, and again the lightning out there as well. 84 strikes in the last 10 minutes when it comes to just this area over between Urbana and Springfield down to just north of Xenia. We're watching again the southern part of that cell too, because we see some pretty heavy returns for rain south of Springfield there, down to the northeast of Xenia again. That could be a little bit of small hail, but I think the bigger concern right now is that risk for 60+ mile per hour winds, and you can see kind of that bow-shaped structure there on the leading edge of the storm just east of Springfield. Out ahead of this is likely where the most amount of wind would be. I wouldn't be too shocked with the shape of this particular cell if we add a little bit more real estate to that warning here in the next, say, 5-10 minutes. If we do see this wind threat continue, you might see that extend further to the south, possibly into southwestern portions of Madison County as well. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and track a bigger portion of the storm, just so we can follow really the area where we think the wind threat would be highest. That would be from just to the northeast of Springfield there down to about Yellow Springs, again off to the east at about 15 miles per hour. This will put some more towns on the map that you might be familiar with. South of Vienna by about 2:03, just about 4 minutes from now, into Courtsville by 2:10, Selma by 2:15, South Charleston by 2:21, and into Summerford by 2:30. That's officially when this warning would expire right now. But again, the way these storms kind of work here in the heat and humidity of the day is they bubble up, they form, they get strong, and then they weaken almost as quickly as they come together. We'll take a bigger view here across the state of Ohio just to show you how much activity is popping up. I mean, it's really a similar pattern again to just what we saw yesterday, which is that we see the heat of the afternoon spawn these thunderstorms kind of randomly at first, and then as they build and fade out over time, the wind that drops out of one thunderstorm is enough energy to help generate another thunderstorm further down the line, and we'll likely see this pattern continue through most of the afternoon. We'll go ahead and zoom into portions of the region that have the highest concerns for the weather at the moment, the most active weather. Of course, that severe thunderstorm warning associated with a little bit of a bow out there heading toward Madison County. We've got some heavy activity down in Fayette County. We've also been watching some heavier cells down toward Chillicothe, back down toward Piketon. These haven't picked up a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment, haven't really gotten their act together enough to produce much in the way of strong wind, but they have produced some heavy rainfall already this afternoon. So we're seeing quite a bit of rain, much like what we saw yesterday. We'll look at just the past 6 hours where you see those bits of blue down in Ross County. That would be over ½ an inch of rainfall already from some of these cells down there to the south, and we're already starting to pick up that rain back out toward Champaign-Clark counties as well, picking up to about ½ an inch in really just about the last 30 minutes when these storms have really started to pick up in intensity. When it comes to how much rain is falling instantaneously, again, those brighter colors are a better indication of where the heavy rain is coming down. If you look down south of Chillicothe where those hot pinks are, that would be about 1.5 inches to 2 inches, the same as you get south of Piketon. And of course, as you get over to Springfield, similar picture. We see those hot pinks and kind of purpley colors. That's where we get into that possibility of those, about, again, 1.5 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rates. And much like what we've been talking about this afternoon, the risk for these storms to pop up and gather that severe strength continues across the region. And we have a new warning coming in at this moment. This is out to the east of Washington Courthouse. This is going to be over toward Fayette, Pickaway, and Ross counties. This will be in place till about 2:45 this afternoon. Similar threat to what we saw with the last storm, with wind being the biggest risk factor. This will go again for about the next 43 minutes here across central Ohio. So we'll be watching this storm carefully as it continues to push its way off to the east. This doesn't look like quite as an organized cell as that one that's up in Madison County, but also seeing that risk for heavy rain, hail, and possibly some strong winds coming out of this storm too. This particular cell is also moving east at about 15 miles per hour. So we will be keeping a close eye on those cells as they continue to form this afternoon. Let's go back to the radar here so you can see the cells that we are watching. Again, that severe one working its way toward Madison County. That warning goes till 2:30 this afternoon. And then this newer warning down just kind of barely clipping Fayette County, northern Ross, mostly I would say the heaviest storm factor right now in Pickaway County. But much like the other storm, it's not moving that fast. We'll put a storm track on this storm. Go from just about Circleville down into northern portions of Ross County off to the east at about 15. This will get us, well, it's in Circleville now pretty much, off to Logan Elementary, our Logan Elm Village there till about 2:15. Stoutsville at 2:34, and this will be over toward, well, again in Ross County now, Clear Creek by 2:39 and Amanda at 2:46. So again, not fast moving storm, but one that's producing some strong winds out there this afternoon, and one that's certainly worth keeping a close eye on, that in addition to our other warning further to the north. Speaking of which, let's go back to that warning, the first one that we came into our 10 TV Plus stream for this afternoon. That one looking like it's starting to show some signs of weakening at this time, which is good news. This was a lot heavier just about even 10 minutes ago, but now starting to weaken. Those returns getting less bright on the radar, which is the case with the storms this time of the year. We still have a little bit of that bow type structure to it, which means, again, we could still have those strong winds there. I want to just isolate the radar out of Wilmington. That'll give us a better picture of the actual strength of the storm. What you see on your phone's radar and what you saw in that last image, usually a little bit broader than where the actual heart of the storm is. It's something called composite radar, where you take a lot of radars and you put them together into one big image. This is just one radar. You can see, again, that bow structure. So we are still seeing that wind threat with this particular storm. Been a minute since we've put the track on the northern storm, so let's go ahead and do that again. Remind you of where the biggest threats are with this particular cell and where they are going. Again, this will be in South Vienna here in the next 10 minutes or so. It'll be into Plattsburgh at 2:20, South Charleston at 2:28, Summerford at 2:35, and London at 2:59. So this is going to be working its way again off to the east there, about 15 miles per hour. So not all that strong strong of a storm, but strong enough that we'll be watching it here this afternoon. Another threat we'll keep an eye on with all of the storms is that risk for some hail. We had a little bit of it out there yesterday. Wind was the bigger factor, and wind is the biggest factor for us here today as well. But you can see there from just southeast of Urbana down through about South Vienna all the way down to Cedarville. Could have the possibility for some pea-sized hail, maybe about 0.5 to 0.75 inch diameter. Not quite severe levels. You got to get up to about an inch to get there. But we do have that risk factor out there, and possibly even some small hail into western portions of Franklin County, out toward about Grove City, just to the west of you guys, just to the east of West Jefferson. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. I want to go ahead and zoom back down to that southern storm south of Franklin County. This one definitely looks like it has a better chance of some of that severe hail, and you can see that coming in towards Circleville, and one just to the east of Fayette County as well. So we'll zoom in closer to these and get a better picture of where that hail is a possibility. Again, this is kind of entering the Circleville area right now. It's out toward the west there along 104 and US 22 where those intersect. We're seeing that risk for some strong hail right now. Northwestern portions of Pike County also could pick up some of that hail as well. This is south of the New Holland area between US 22 and US 35. Where we could see some of that, maybe up to around an inch diameter hail. If you guys are in Clarksburg, that would be heading your way in about the next probably about 30 minutes or so. You got some time here because, again, this is only moving about 15 miles per hour. We'll track those two hail cells and see where those are going over the next 15 minutes or hour or so. Again, 15-mile-per-hour movement when it comes to these storms. Clarksburg, again, 229, so just a little under half hour before it gets to you guys. Yellow Bud about an hour from now at 3:02. Same for that storm cell up toward Circleville. I'll see if I can get all of that in place here. I might not be able to get enough distance to see if we can draw that there. Maybe a little slow, but that'll be up there, Circleville, about 2:22 in the afternoon here. That'll be into Stoutsville at 2:51, 3 o'clock into Clear Creek, and if it holds together, Tarleton area, you'll see that bit of hail come your way by about 3:06. So this will be stuff that we'll watch with these storms as we continue through the afternoon. Let's take a look at the lightning in these storms as well, because that lightning count is a good indication of how strong the storms are and whether or not they're gaining strength, maintaining their strength, or weakening. Right now, the storm cell down in portions of Ross County up into Fairfield County, that is about 70 strikes in the last 10 minutes. So still definitely maintaining its strength there. So we'll keep a close eye on this cell. If we start to see that lightning count go down, that's when we know we're seeing things get a little bit weaker across the region. Speaking of which, let's start and check in on that first warning out there in Madison County. I think we have been able to cancel that particular warning because we were talking just a little bit ago that that cell looked like it was weakening and has continued to do so. So you can see here we no longer have that warning, Champaign, Clark, Madison counties. That one has been canceled early. So you guys are in the clear for the moment. You do still have a rather strong thunder shower moving through just the east of Springfield area. So there'll be some lightning in here. There'll be some gusty winds. There'll be some heavy rain all associated with this cell. But the winds that initially prompted that severe thunderstorm warning no longer in place right now. So that's at least one off the list. I'm sure it won't be the last one we have here this afternoon. Let's go back over toward Fairfield County, down toward Ross County, Fayette County. This will be kind of the main focus storm when it comes to what we're watching here right now, since we've lost that other severe thunderstorm warning. We're still seeing quite a bit of lightning with this one, up to 107 strikes in the image that you see here. That goes into about 108 in the last 10 minutes. Correction to earlier, I was calling it Fairfield County. It's actually Pickaway County. My bad on that. Fayette County, Pickaway, and Ross counties, the ones that we're looking for there that are under that severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this goes till 4:45 here this afternoon, so we'll be watching this storm as it continues to develop and push off to the east. Of course, providing the streaming coverage here on 10 TV Plus. I'm meteorologist Michael Behrens, Chief Meteorologist Jerry Martz. He'll be here later tonight helping us cover these storms as they continue to bubble up and form in this just very hot, very humid environment. I'm going to put a big storm track on the front of this thunderstorm here because this is the one that has the best potential for both hail and winds up to 60 miles per hour. Much like what we saw heading out of Champaign and Clark counties earlier, that kind of bow structure that'll develop here occasionally. That's a sign that maybe we've got some strong, possibly severe winds in these storms. And again, we're seeing that here as well. You're likely hearing a lot of thunder in the Circleville area as the storm pushes its way toward you. Circleville, storm pretty much on top of you right now. It's going to get heavier in the next 5 to 10 minutes as that heart of the storm kind of pushes its way toward you. Yellow Bud till 2:29 when that storm makes it to you. Out towards Stoutsville at 2:41, Clear Creek 2:47, Amanda at 2:57, and Tarleton at 3:04. So again, not a quick moving storm, a heavy rain producer, prolific lightning producer at the moment, and likely producing some of those really strong winds as well. Speaking of which, let's take a look inside the storm. We usually show you this when we're tracking tornadic weather. We're not really seeing that risk here this afternoon, but we are again seeing that risk factor for strong winds, and this will show us a good picture of that as well. What you're looking for when you want to see severe winds in a storm is you want to see really bright colors in this image. That's an indication that we're seeing very strong winds that could be potentially severe. Right now, this particular image not showing all of that bright of colors. You see some of that down to the north of Chillicothe there with some of those stronger winds in northern Ross County. Let me back this up just a few minutes to see what was initially on the radar when that warning came out. And see what kind of wind factor that was looking like. Not the strongest winds out there across the region at the moment. If I was to say we could have likely some pockets of strong wind up in this portion in the north up toward Pickaway County, but we could also see probably a better pocket of some strong wind there in northern Ross County. So these are kind of the areas we'll be keeping a close eye on. Again, under a severe thunderstorm warning right now because of that wind threat. We'll switch back to the radar there so you can see where the warning is inside that orange polygon. That warning we're tracking, only the one at the moment. This will officially be in place till about 2:45 here this afternoon. We'll put the latest warning information up on screen for you here as well. Thunderstorm warning, Fayette, Pickaway, Ross counties goes till 2:45 this afternoon. Radar indicated threat when it comes to the wind, possibly some hail up to about 0.75 inches in diameter. We had two warnings at one point this afternoon. If you were hearing about the one down in Ross County or up in Madison County over to Clark and Champaign, that one was canceled. It does look like we're getting at least a little bit of an update there. Yeah, they've shrunk the warning area down. So now we're down to just portions of Pickaway County. Fayette County, you've been dropped from this warning. Northern Ross County, you've been dropped from this warning as well. The area that they're focusing on is this one right in here where you see that bowing structure. Again, those bows are kind of good indications of where strong wind is a possibility, and we're still seeing that in Pickaway County. So let's go ahead and zoom in. We'll get kind of down close to the city level there and show you what we're seeing inside of this storm and where the heaviest winds are likely to be right now. This is mostly going to be toward the west of Circleville, really working its way into Circleville over the next 10 minutes here. The strongest winds likely right now out toward Ohio 104. If you're traveling west from Circleville, US 22, going to be a little bit of a rough go of things right now. If you're on 104, a little bit of a rough go. US 23 going to be impacting you shortly here when it comes to those strongest winds, heaviest rain, and the potential for some hail. And again, if you're further to the west, you're starting to wrap things up. Williamsport, Darbyville, all starting to wrap up when it comes to the heaviest portion of this storm. Where we see these real still bright purples on the radar. That could be an indication of two things. One, really heavy rainfall, but two, also the possibility for some hail here this afternoon. Let's go ahead and break down both of those factors. We'll start first with the rainfall. This view here shows us what the rainfall rates could be inside the storm. The brighter the color, the heavier the rainfall rate is. And we'll put some numbers on here to show you what we're talking about. Let's go to the east of Williamsport there. It's a pretty bright spot. That's about 1.83 inches per hour of rainfall. So this could result in some ponding, possibly some localized flooding on the roadways out there. Watch out for that. We'll go over toward 104 just to the west of Circleville. Similar rainfall rate, about 1.87 inches per hour. So definitely a heavy rain producer. And then we'll go up to the east of Darbyville as well, there toward the top of the map, 1.53. So most of this is about 1.5 to 2 inches per hour. So that's certainly enough if it stays in one spot to produce a quick little ponding of water, especially on the roads, especially areas where we don't get very good drainage. We'll take another view of the hail potential out there as well. This is still producing probably about 3/4 to maybe an inch diameter hail on the high end. We're seeing the decent hail returns out of this storm, so it still has some strength to it. Off to the west of Circleville, just now past 104, likely to see some hail. This is going to be working its way into Circleville about the next 10 minutes. So if you see some light hail making its way toward you, don't be too shocked by that. The same as you head southeast of Williamsport, this will likely head toward the Logan Elm Village area in about the next 20 minutes. So watch out for possibly again some hail. And if you're traveling north out of Circleville, 104 or US 23, these two routes will likely have another little burst of some small hail in about the next 10 minutes for 104, about the next 20 minutes for US 23. We'll switch back to the main radar view here across the region. In fact, let me add the lightning counter back on as well, because that'll give us a good idea as for what's happening with the strength of this storm. I think we're seeing a bit of a downward trend overall in the hail potential with this storm. Still enough for a severe thunderstorm warning right now with the wind threat in there, but we're down to about 33 strikes in the last 10 minutes. So this is still kind of a strong cell out there near the Circleville area. Still producing quite a bit of wind here this afternoon as well. We'll switch the lightning off to get that off the view, and you can see where the heaviest rain hail potential is northwest of Circleville. And you can still overall in this storm see that sort of bow structure along with it, which is going to keep us under that risk for some wind out there as well. We were talking about weather impact alert days through most of this week, and that's actually a factor of the heat and humidity, and that's the same thing that's causing our thunderstorms every afternoon as well. Look at the difference between where the rain is and where the rain isn't. Out ahead of those storms down toward Ross County and Pickaway County, we're seeing temperatures in the 90s at this hour. 93 in Logan, 92 New Lexington, 94 Delaware. Where the rain is gone, we've lost about 10-15 degrees very quickly, down to 81 Columbus, 86 in Circleville. I expect that temperature to drop rapidly in the next 20 minutes as the rain gets heavier in your area. But then as soon as these storms pass, that temperature will come right back up. And again, we're looking at very humid conditions to help fuel these storms. Dew points that are still mid to upper 70s. That dew point Chillicothe, 78, 71 in Circleville, 75 MacArthur and in Columbus. This is dew points that you would see down in Louisiana, down in Texas. A very humid air mass in place. And speaking of very humid, look at Bellefontaine. That is an 80-degree dew point here in central Ohio. That is just air so thick. Again, I said it yesterday, you can cut it with a knife. That is the air that we see in place out there again this afternoon. Just very humid, very moist air mass. And again, that lets these storms produce some pretty gusty winds from time to time. A wind gust up to 26 miles per hour here in Columbus. You can see kind of that brighter highlight down in Ross County, where we're also seeing those stronger winds come through. This would probably be about 20, 30 mile per hour wind kind of broadly at times across the region. We'll go back to the radar here, take a picture, see what we have across the broader portion of central Ohio. If you're east of 71, for the most part, north of 70, it's very quiet this afternoon. Sunshine still out. Temperatures are warm. Wouldn't be surprised to see some storms bubble up, pop in this area either, especially with the 90-degree temperatures and the high humidity this afternoon. But so far quiet. Travel to about Franklin County, midway point of the 10 TV viewing area, and to the west. That's where we're seeing most of these storms right now. We've got some stronger cells, heavy rain down from Chillicothe through Piketon just to the east. Down in Pike County, we've got some heavier rain working its way through eastern portions of Franklin County at this time. And of course, we've got the heavier cell down in portions of Pickaway County, which still does have a severe thunderstorm warning on it right now. If this is allowed to continue through expiration, that would be till 2:45 here this afternoon. But as of right now, we'll be just keeping a close eye on that cell and see what kind of wind factor we continue to get out of it this afternoon. We'll go to the bigger picture here across the state just to reset the map. Those storms forming all the way back out toward Indiana, up toward Toledo, more cells in Cleveland and over into northwestern portions of Pennsylvania as well, all associated with the heat and humidity that's coming through the region this afternoon and those pop-up showers and storms that do come through as a result. We'll show you the latest on what we're watching here closer to home. Again, we'll get a close look at Franklin County too, because we haven't talked too much about the storms in Franklin County, because we are getting some lightning, some heavy rain, some thunder out there, but not severe at the moment. That's the good news out there. Heaviest rain southeast downtown, between downtown and Groveport, picks up as you head on up to the east side, up through Pataskala. This is the area of the heaviest rain right now. Maybe occasionally some small hail, nothing severe, maybe occasionally some gusty wind. We're also again watching that severe thunderstorm warning that is down in Pickaway County. It does look like we have added to that severe thunderstorm warning here with that wind and hail threat continuing this afternoon. So let's take a closer look at that. We'll give you the latest information on that particular warning, the new one that's just come out. This is now going to be in place for Fairfield, Franklin, Pickaway counties until about 3 o'clock this afternoon. Wind speeds 60 miles per hour with this particular storm. Inch diameter hail also a possibility. We've been talking about this storm for a little bit this afternoon, and that it does have that risk factor for producing some hail at the moment as well. And that continues to be a concern as it tracks off to the north and the east just a little bit now. I'm going to go ahead and step off camera here real quick. We'll grab the latest information on this particular storm that is moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. Pretty much the same speed as all the rest of the storms we've been tracking this afternoon. So with that in mind, we'll put a storm track on this particular portion of the storm as well as it continues to push its way off to the northeast. That's going to be from about the midpoint of Pickaway County there, just off to the north and east, kind of traveling there along 23. This is going to be in Lithopolis at 2:56 and into Rock Mill by 3:15 this afternoon. So this does include portion of Franklin County, far southeastern Franklin County. Doesn't quite get inside the loop here for us in Columbus, but again, moving off toward our south. If you are traveling south in the next hour or so, I'd go ahead and give it just a little bit of time, because if you're traveling down 23, this is likely to cause some headaches here, especially with the heavy rain and the potential for some hail out there, likely to slow down traffic in a pretty good way as that continues to get heavier and push its way closer to the highway there. Speaking of which, we'll take a closer picture in at that portion of the storm that is then again down in northern Pickaway County. The heaviest portion right now still along 104. So this is likely where we're going to see the best chance for hail at the moment, the heaviest rain and the strongest winds. In about the next 5 to 10 minutes, that is going to continue to push its way off to the east, with the heaviest portion of the storm likely to cover US 23. That is going to be from Lockburn down to just the north of Circleville. So we'll be watching for likely some slow travel on that portion of the highway, and definitely some heavier impacts when it comes to the rain, potentially for the hail and the wind as well. This warning that just came out, that again goes till 3 o'clock this afternoon, mentioned kind of sign of the bigger hail that we've seen with the storms here this past week. So let's take a look inside the storm at the potential for that hail and see what kind of size we're talking about. And yeah, there it is, right there along US 23, between US 23 and 104. Kind of that same spot we've just been highlighting has the best chance for hail. This is likely to be picking up soon in Asheville, especially south of 752. But this is likely going to be pushing its way kind of northeast toward Asheville, up toward 752. So watch out for that. Secondary area of hail right now up toward Commercial Point. That'll be pushing its way on up toward Lockburn there. So watch out again, possibly for that hail pushing its way a little bit further north. And if that holds together, eventually that would get off toward the Lithopolis area on Ohio 674 there. But for now, biggest threat is likely to be along US 23. So this will be, I would say, pretty decent chance of slowing down traffic here this afternoon. Speaking of which, let me switch over to a view here. We can take a look at the weather impacts to the road conditions out there. We'll turn on some of those features that you're used to seeing if you watch our 10 TV News this morning, where we have the traffic information on screen there. What we're looking at right now, wind, likely some ponding water there. That's the areas that you see highlighted in green and red. In terms of impacts to traffic that's being picked up right now, we've got a little bit of slow travel there toward the west of Asheville. As we get over toward Commercial Point, also seeing some slow travel. Some of those yellow areas popping up on the map. Not all that surprising with the heavy rain coming down. We'll add that to the map as well, and we'll kind of drop off those road conditions, at least for the moment. Again, areas that are seeing those heavier storms come through, also seeing those slower traffic conditions. The same as you get down to US 22, Circleville to Williamsport, some of those yellows popping up through that heavier cell that is working its way just to the west of Circleville. You can see the heavier rain pretty much coincides with that traffic slowdown. Same with that heavier rain out toward Washington Courthouse. We're seeing some of those traffic slowdowns this afternoon as well. So expect to see those slowdowns continue as we see these areas of heavy rain continue across the region as well. Similar picture here in Columbus. Let's take a quicker view in at Franklin County. Heavy rain on the southeast side, slowing down I-70 here this afternoon. If you're traveling along that portion of the interstate, look for some slow travel related to these storms as they continue to push through. We'll go back to the big picture here, turn the lightning back on, turn the warnings back on, and take a broader view across central Ohio just to sort of reset where we're looking at these storms at the moment. 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in place, both of them down in our southern counties. That covers Pickaway County on up into portions of Franklin County as the storm continues to push its way off to the northeast. This one goes till 3 o'clock this afternoon. The original one down in exclusively Pickaway County, that goes until 2:30, or 2:45. So I would expect to see that one probably expire on the southern side. I think the stronger portion of the storm really has moved its way off to the north. Of course, we're watching additional development that's back to the west. We got another strong kind of cell working its way toward London right now. Not severe, but really heavy rain, maybe some hail potential here shortly. And the same down in Fayette County. Also some heavier cells potentially with that heavy rain and threat for hail coming our direction. So let's zoom back in to those cells across the southern portion of the viewing area. Again, the heavier cell out toward London. You can see those bright purples popping up on radar at this hour, so expect an intensifying storm to move through central Madison County right now. Again, possibly gusty winds, certainly heavy rain, possibly some hail. Same out in Fayette County. This is north of Washington Courthouse. A little bit of lightning, Jeffersonville, not much lightning, but really heavy rain, possibly some small hail in those 2 areas. The stronger cell remains that one that we have down in Pickaway County. Not a fast moving cell, but certainly a strong cell. 63 lightning strikes here in the last 10 minutes, so it continues to have that strength. This sort of bore its way out of that cell that was further to the south. Circleville still under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but I think the stronger portion of that cell has started to migrate its way further to the north from Lockburn over to Darbyville, Asheville, Commercial Point, all seeing the strong impacts here this afternoon. Heavy rain, possibly hail around an inch in diameter, and certainly frequent lightning. Again, you can see there's 63 strikes in just the last 10 minutes. If you're traveling south, 104 or US 23, that is going to be slow going as the cell continues to bubble up its way across the region there and then work its way slowly off to the east. We'll put a storm track on this cell. It's been a while since we've seen the storm track here when it comes to this area of the storm, so we'll go ahead and show that. We'll track it all the way down to Circleville and then off to the northeast about 15 miles per hour. That's going to put it into Asheville here at 233, over toward the Rickenbacker Airport there at 243. So if you're in that area, keep that in mind. Lithopolis at 305 and Amanda at 329 here this afternoon. So all these areas eventually going to see this heavier cell work its way toward you, but again, not a fast mover. This is a very slow moving cell, much like they all are have been this week. They just kind of bubble up. They don't really have much of a steering wind to tell them where to go, and then they just sort of meander their way slowly off to the east or northeast until another storm comes up nearby, steals some of its energy, or it eventually just kind of rains itself out. They're not what you would call really dynamically supported storms. There's not a lot of other features in the atmosphere that can help to keep these storms going as we head through the afternoon. So that's going to be the thing to watch as we continue on through this afternoon and eventually into this evening. They will start to fade out. Once we lose the sunlight, we lose a little bit of the temperature, we will start to see an overall weakening trend in the storms until they all eventually kind of rain themselves out as we head through tonight. But for now, we're going to keep a close eye on these storms and these warnings as they continue across the region. Let's put the latest warning information up on the screen here as well, just so we can show you what warnings are in place across the region right now. That first warning, that one's further to the south, does include Circleville. Wouldn't be surprised if that expires here before much longer. Pickaway County still under that severe thunderstorm warning until 2:45. Winds up to 60 miles per hour. Hail, not quite too severe levels, but up to about 3/4 inches. We'll continue to watch that. And then the newer warning out there that officially goes for about the next 30 minutes till 3 o'clock this afternoon. 1-inch diameter hail a possibility with that storm, as well as 60-mile-per-hour winds. And I think that wind threat out there potentially could be dropping. We're not seeing quite as much of a bow structure in that cell right now, so we could be losing some of that wind. We're still maintaining quite a bit of lightning here, 62 strikes in the last 10 minutes, so we haven't really dropped that indicator here too much. I want to take a picture at the hail potential. We haven't shown you that for a minute. This continues to be more impressive when it comes to that hail potential across the region here this afternoon. Definitely the best chance for hail that we've seen out of all the storms this afternoon remains along US 23 from Lockburn down through Asheville, seeing that probably about more closer to 0.75 right now. This isn't quite as bright of a return as what we saw about 5-10 minutes ago. That would have been closer to 1 inch in diameter. I would say this is probably a little bit less than that. But again, still pretty strong indicator of hail. I'll give you an alternate way of looking at this. I don't typically show this one because I don't think it's quite as good of an indicator. But again, where you get into the brighter blues is where you would see likely getting close to 1 inch. None of those really popping up here on screen right now. More of those subdued grays. So about 0.5, 0.75 inch diameter hail inside this portion of the storm. We'll take a look at the winds inside the storm as well, just to see what we're seeing here in terms of wind potential. Step off screen for a minute so we can adjust the timing on this radar image. We'll take it back in time here over the last hour or so. You can certainly see some of those brighter returns work their way across US 23 and over toward Asheville, and still seeing some of those brighter colors in there at the moment as well. So not going to be surprised if we are still seeing strong winds, or at least the potential for strong winds inside this storm. And we are still seeing that severe thunderstorm warning in place right now as well. We'll switch back to the radar view, show you that heavier area of hail potential that remains located closer to the Asheville area, along with the heavy rain this afternoon. That is the portion of the storm that is likely to be most severe. Of course, the wind out there going to cover a little bit broader area than that threat for hail, but the wind threat kind of the main factor with these storms, the wind and the heavy rain and that potential for some hail this afternoon. That's why we have that severe thunderstorm warning that remains in place across portions of Franklin County, down into Pickaway County and over into Fairfield County as well. This is the latest information on that warning. Goes until 3 o'clock this afternoon. Of course, they were picking up on the 1-inch diameter hail and the 60-mile-per-hour wind threat that comes along with this particular storm. I'm going to stay off camera here for a minute while I log into one of our systems that'll give us some more insight into what the National Weather Service is looking at here this afternoon. Of course, we'll be here covering storms all afternoon. Behind me and off microphone right now, Chief Meteorologist Jerry Martz is making his way into the Weather Center this afternoon. He'll be working on that forecast for you, and of course, keeping you up to date throughout our evening shows here tonight as those storms really kind of do what they did yesterday, which is bubble up in the afternoon, get severe for a time, and then make their way back to a weaker position across the region. We'll give you the latest update for a broader view of the radar here, and we're seeing that bubbling of storms continue across central Ohio as we work our way through the afternoon. Heavier rain up toward western Delaware, up to Marion, down toward Marysville, down into Madison County, Fayette County, but none of that severe at the moment, so that's good news. But we are seeing that severe storm in Pickaway County that's slowly making its way to the northeast. Speaking of the broader view, we'll also keep a close eye on what appears to be the northern end of that cell again, getting a little bit stronger. This is looking just south of Columbus there now, where we're seeing some fairly strong returns on radar of the heavy rain, possibly some hail in that particular cell. And I would hazard a guess that we're going to get some pretty strong wind in that particular portion of the cell as well. Let me switch over real quick to the hail view. And yeah, that's starting to look like some pretty good hail potential there across southeast portions of the city of Columbus here, down inside that 270 loop. I would say this is probably approaching at least that inch diameter range at the moment. We'll take a view here. This is Lockbourne Road, Alum Creek Drive, Refugee Road. These are all areas you're familiar with if you watch our shows in the morning, all traffic areas that cause some headaches from time to time. Ohio 104 there, over toward US 33, I-70 here in the city, all likely to see some of that hail here in short order. Again, those brighter spots are the spots we look for when it comes to hail potential. That's kind of right centered over portions of Franklin County right now. So we will keep a close eye on this to see if they do add that to a thunderstorm warning here in the next 5-10 minutes. Looks like we're picking up some lightning now in that region as well, up to about 31 strikes in the last 10 minutes. And then, of course, that cell that remains under a severe thunderstorm warning down to the south. And there it is, kind of as right on schedule as what we were talking about there. Includes now Franklin County, Columbus, off toward Gahanna and Pataskala under this severe thunderstorm warning. I'll bounce this idea off you, Jerry.
Afternoon? Is it a good afternoon?
It's an afternoon.
It is.
Jerry, I don't think your mic is powered on, so we might need that addition there.
Real time, yes.
Are you thinking we want to loop in the broadcast friends with this cell now that it covers Franklin County, at least for a moment or two?
Not a bad idea. So Franklin County east at 15, and that's one of the hallmarks of the storms. I've been listening to your coverage for a few minutes. Just slow movers, heavy rain and the hail, lightning and downpours, very similar to yesterday.
Yeah. So Nate in the back, if we get a quick second here, let's just reset. We'll loop the broadcast partners in on the TV side, and then we'll handle that for about 30 seconds to a minute and come back here to the stream.
bubbling up some strong to severe thunderstorms. One of those impacting Franklin County right now. That goes at least past 3 o'clock. And we're watching the same thing, very similar what happened yesterday. These storms in the heat of the day with plenty of heat and humidity have been a fuel right now. And that's really what we're looking at in terms of the downpours and those clusters of lightning. Looking at the track of this storm right now, moving east at about 15 miles an hour. We're going to move that out just across the southeastern portions of Franklin County. That's looking around Bryce, Reynoldsburg, and Summit Station between 307, 318, and 332 for that severe thunderstorm warning. Michael Behrens has been on team coverage all afternoon. Really started on the stream at 2 o'clock as these storms bubbled up during the heat of the day. Michael, you talked about and saw some of the activity coming in much earlier. We're going to expand this just a bit to zoom out. And what we're looking at then is not necessarily everybody's seeing these storms, but those that are seeing the same as yesterday. Gusty winds and the hail and the downpours and that lightning as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The same pattern we watched yesterday. These are going to happen kind of quickly across the region. You'll get a very quick intensification of the storms, and then you'll get a weakening of the storms right after. And right now, the storm in Pickaway County is on the weakening end, and the storm to the north in Franklin County is on the strengthening end. So if you're down southeast of Columbus, watch out for likely inch diameter hail and possibly very heavy rain. Weather Service mentioning downburst potential, so that risk for 60-mile-per-hour winds that kind of come out of nowhere really could come in with this storm. You can see there as Jerry's zooming in south of Bexley, south of Whitehall, 104 Refugee Road, Elm Creek Drive, all those areas right now under the heaviest portion of this storm.
And this, where we see this purple, it's not a lock or a guarantee, but it oftentimes is an indication of some exceptionally heavy rain. And of course, we're looking at the opportunity in many of the storms with some hail. And Michael had mentioned a downburst. That's simply when the storm kind of reaches its peak potential and then kind of moves on to down or kind of it falls. That allows some of that higher wind and higher level to hit the ground and then spread out. That downburst can also be responsible for some of those higher wind speeds. So we're breaking into 10 TV to let you know the severe thunderstorm warning continues for southern parts of Franklin County, southeastern just 104, east of 23, right around 270, headed toward Groveport, Bryce, and then Canal Winchester. This area again has the same threats as we've seen the past couple of days, that being the opportunity for some severe weather, specifically the heavy, very heavy rain, 1 to 2 inches of rain, not out of the question in some of these storms as they are very slow movers. So localized flooding is a real concern. So again, just giving you a heads up on 10 TV on this Thursday afternoon, coming up on 2:45 of the severe thunderstorm warning that extends eastward, will include Pataskala, Pickerington, does get near Gahanna in the airport, just south of downtown. We can hear the thunder inside our studios, even though we're west of Columbus, just a testament to how strong that storm is. So we're going to continue our coverage on 10 TV Plus. If you're watching us on 10 TV, download the 10 TV Plus app on your connected television, or you can catch us on the mobile app as well. That 24/7 weather stream is a great way to get information as we go through the afternoon outside of regular news times. March, joined by Michael Behrens, has been tracking the severe weather, which turned severe very quickly, almost exactly the same time as yesterday, and that was the case with much of central Ohio. Very warm and humid during the course of the afternoon. Right now, we're watching in the heat of the day these pop-up thunderstorms, and where you see these orange outlines, the severe weather continues right now. A few to the south of Canal Winchester through parts of Pickaway County. The strongest storm right now continues to be just south of downtown Columbus, and that's the one we're looking at most closely. The other challenge we've been dealing with, like yesterday, the very slow movement of these storms. And that is something that is concerning for a couple of reasons, is that with the slow movement and the exceptionally heavy rain, that we're looking at the possibility in many of these storms for some localized heavy rain and some possible flooding, in addition to some hail. So that's something around Groveport, Bryce, Pickerington, and Etna that we're watching very closely. Yeah, so we're looking again and tracking that storm 15 miles an hour to the east. Those areas in the path of the storm, in and around Groveport, in and around Bryce, around Pickerington, and around Etna. That's what we're looking at and most concerned for those locations. The main threats, to be perfectly clear, are in this order: very heavy rain, very high winds, 55 to 60 mile an hour plus, and up to 1 inch hail in some of these storms. The other thing we're watching is these storms quickly ramp up and pulse and kind of consume that energy, and then they quickly would die back down again. So we're going to take a little bit of a tour. I'm going to zoom out just to make sure I'm not missing anything right now, because we are looking at a pretty large viewing area. We're just going to go to kind of the statewide view and show us areas around Marion, back down to Delaware, western Delaware County. There's Columbus, east toward Newark. That orange outline again is that severe thunderstorm thunderstorm warning. South toward Pickaway County, then further south, a few more popping up in eastern parts of Ross and Pike County. But north and east of that right now, you're in the clear. So enjoy that, because if today is anything like yesterday, you're next, meaning these very slow moving thunderstorms in the heat of the day are moving in your direction. So we're going to zoom in right now, take a closer look of the particular cell of interest. That is the strongest cell right now. And that, let me get the right map on here, that's the one in just southeastern Franklin County. And if you see that orange outline again, where we've been watching these storms beginning to pop up in the day, Columbus, Commercial Point, down toward Orient, and then east toward Pickerington. The cell right now that's near Pataskala and moving east slowly. That's not necessarily the warned storm, but that might be round one. This one being round two. So keep that in mind if you live in southwestern parts of Licking County. Further off toward the south, the storm just about to head toward Lancaster. And for appearance sake, again, we're looking at that deeper red and that purple magenta colors, an indication that's the strength and the core of that particular storm. I'm going to put the lightning on for a moment, and then we'll put that into motion, because oftentimes that's an indication of the health of the storm. And we'll let this kind of catch up to speed. Just in this particular frame, we're seeing nearly 150 lightning flashes, and the new ones again coming in real time. And it looks like the cluster of lightning right now, as you might expect, south of Columbus, down to the southeastern corner, headed over toward Pickerington and toward Canal Winchester, and then right down 23 in the eastern half of Pickaway County. So again, lightning is showing some very healthy thunderstorms this afternoon, and some of those storms are severe. If you're just joining us on 10 TV Plus, we appreciate that. We're going to be going on for quite some time. As long as there are severe thunderstorm warnings, you can count on us to be here and keep you and your family covered and safe, and try and help you navigate this afternoon. And it really depends where you're at right now. Outside of downtown Columbus, north and west, you're probably seeing a couple of showers, but for the most part, you're dry. In and around Columbus proper and southeastward, not so much. So let's take the take the lightning off and just kind of clean things up for a little bit. And then we'll take a little bit of a tour and move right down the area of most concern. So that area in particular right now, there's Columbus. Again, there's the area with deeper red and that purple, Groveport, Lockbourne, near the National Guard Air Base, Lithopolis and Pickerington in the path of that particular storm. Just south of Interstate 70, but moving in the general direction of Buckeye Lake, Baltimore, and those areas. So keep that in mind, even if I didn't mention your particular town. In and around those areas, the storm is not going to discriminate and only hit the areas that I mentioned. It's going to go through very slowly, impact a lot of people. The other thing I'm concerned about right now is a storm just west of Lancaster. So let's take a closer inspection of that particular storm and just move the map down a little bit to capture some of those roads and some of those areas. This one at the moment is at the leading edge, that orange line again, the severe thunderstorm warning. This is the leading edge of that. So there's Rock Mill and there's Amanda. There's 188 and there's 22. Just about to move into downtown Lancaster, crossing over Route 33. So if you're living in that area, expecting somebody driving home from that area, you're more than likely going to encounter some very, very dark skies, reduced visibility, very heavy rain, gusty winds, and hail from even these small, particular, very, very potent cells. So keep that in mind. I'm assuming these storms are moving at about 15 to 20 miles an hour. Zoom out just a little bit to give me some real estate to put a track on that one, and then the near neighbor to the north. So tracking that then, moving just to the east. Just keep the same speed right there, about 15 to 20. And I know Michael Behrens is joining us in the Weather Center. Michael, if you've got additional or different information, just shout it out. Fairfield County, Lancaster between now and 3:16, it's about 25 minutes. Pleasantville and Rushville, 3:35 and 3:47. We're also looking at the storm just south of Groveport, moving at a pretty similar speed at about 15 miles an hour. Groveport, Pickerington, and Etna, 2:59, 3:24, and 3:44. So we're kind of hitting the highlights in those particular storms that are under the warnings right now, but I fully expect if past performance is an indication of future results, then we're looking at a very active afternoon and evening, but it really comes down to where you're at. So the one thing we've been watching too, and we're going to put some other information on here right now. Let's try and slice these storms if we can. That would allow us to take a look at the height of some of these storms right now. And it's something we don't often show you when we're kind of moving through television very quickly, but in this instance, we have a couple of minutes to spare, so we're going to walk on through. You clearly see the deeper core there, the purple and the deeper red, 20, 30, 40,000 feet, and it's about 50, every one of these lines is 10,000, so that storm easily getting to 50,000 feet. And that's telling us a couple of things. Just how quickly the core of that storm can energize and how fast and strong those updrafts are. But as those updrafts relax or end or weaken, that allows whatever is being held up there to come down. That's usually very heavy rain, That's very gusty winds and oftentimes some hail as it stays suspended. So that's just a testament again to some of these storms and their strength is how tall they are vertically. The other thing we're not seeing is that any tilt to the storms. So it's not a guarantee, but oftentimes if you get storms where that updraft is tilted a little bit, that can serve to be more problematic as the storms might start to rotate. That can mean worse hail, worse wind, and possibly tornadoes. Does not look like that's a situation or scenario today. It simply looks like there's some very tall thunderstorms that have a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and a lot of hail. Let's bring back in Michael Behrens for an update there so I can get a quick drink. And Michael, we've got the forecast, we've got the news coming up in a little more than an hour, and we're going to keep going until these severe thunderstorms have begun to subside. I don't think that's going to happen until these sunset this evening, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's really just the same case of almost exactly what we had yesterday afternoon, which is we get the heat and the humidity. It bubbles up storms, and we're just kind of at the mercy of where they choose to pop until we get past sundown. At that point, we lose the energy and we lose the strength in the storms. But for now, we're going to continue to watch these as they push their way through the region. Let's go ahead and take a look at weather 2. That'll give us a view of these storms out there across central Ohio, where again, we have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in place right now. The original one we were tracking before we took our break into TV there was down into Pickaway County. That portion of the storm on the weakening side right now. The stronger side has worked its way up into Franklin County. And really, if you guys remember all the storms we've been watching this afternoon, this one down to the south just kind of has this pattern going for it. Initially, the strongest portion of the cell was down here south of Circleville, and that's just sort of migrated its way to the north. The southern side will weaken off, the northern side will gather strength, and then we'll see a new severe thunderstorm warning just kind of creep its way further north and further north every time the storm sort of cycles and updates. And that's what we're seeing out there this afternoon. Again, as that stronger portion of the cell has now made its way further to the north. That is now up into portions of Franklin County. However, as soon as we watch one portion get strong, it starts to cycle and change again. What we're seeing down there in Franklin County now, not as strong as it was when the warning was issued. If you remember, we had those very bright pink returns over portions of Franklin County. Those have weakened some, still seeing a little bit of brightness toward Groveport. So we might see some of that hail. I doubt it's quite as large as the hail potential was just about 10-15 minutes ago, but still could see some of that and certainly heavy rain. The area we'll watch now is off toward the west of Lancaster there, where again, one portion bubbles up, one portion bubbles down. Out there to the west of Lancaster, now seeing some of those brighter pink returns. This appears to be a strengthening portion of the storm, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do have those warnings kind of extended now to encompass this cell if it continues to strengthen. The view here right now shows 140 strikes in the past 10 minutes, so that's a good indicator of what's strengthening, what's weakening. I want to take just a tighter view here so we can kind of go cell by cell to analyze where the strong cells are and where the weaker cells are. Here in Franklin County, Bexley down to about Lockburn, we've had 55 strikes in the last 10 minutes. You see a new one coming down near Reynoldsburg there. This is still fairly active as far as the cells go this afternoon. Again, this one appears to be on the weakening phase, so we're expecting heavy rain southeastern Franklin County, especially along the 270 loop there over toward Obetz. As you head up to Alum Creek Drive into Bexley, I would expect to see some very heavy rain associated with the cells. It kind of just sort of plummets all of that rainfall, all that energy out of the sky. And then again, down further to the south, we see those additional storms kind of developing. We have a new warning coming in at this moment, new thunderstorm warning here to the 10 TV Weather Center. And what did I tell you? Literally 3 minutes ago, I said that cell near Lancaster. East at 10 miles per hour. And what do we have here? East of or west of Lancaster, that cell we were just talking about, new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to go until 3:45 this afternoon. This will be for those 60 mile per hour winds and 0.75 diameter hail. Not quite to that inch level. I don't think we're seeing quite as bright of a return here on the radar, so not as big of a return in the sky, not as much rain, not as much hail potential, but again producing that threat for wind as all of that energy goes up into the sky it's got to go somewhere. Like Jerry said earlier, when we were looking inside the storms, it's not tilting, so we're not seeing a tornado risk. And when it just goes up, it's got to come down. It comes down as wind, comes down as heavy rain, sometimes comes down as hail. So this will be in place again till 3:45 this afternoon. Another slow-moving thunderstorm moving its way off to the east at about again, 10 miles per hour. So the slow mover with those heavy storm conditions. I want to zoom down toward that storm here in Lancaster, working its way off to the east there, and we'll put a storm track on that portion of the storm as well. See where that's going here in the next hour. Heaviest portion just to the west of Lancaster there. Not a fast mover, 10 miles per hour. That's going to get it into Rockmill by 3:01. That's about 5 minutes from now, and then it'll be into Lancaster here by 3:31. So not a quick mover, about a half hour before it gets into Lancaster. So we will see that storm and see how that continues to develop here over the next hour. Again, we do still have a warning in Pickaway County. This one expected to expire, I believe, at 3 o'clock. So with the way that particular cell has gone, I would not be surprised to see that warning come to an end. The one that we have up in Franklin County, this one will continue for the time being till about 3:30. So we'll be watching all of these cells develop here this afternoon and continue to push their way off to the east. There's not much organization when it comes to these storms. We've been talking about there's a lack of any kind of big steering weather system to move everything across at one time and then say, okay, you're done after this point in time. The driver in the car today is the heat and the humidity, and we have plenty of that across central Ohio. Take a look at these temperatures ahead of the storms. We are talking 90s out in front of these storms. We don't have a number for New Lancaster here, but you get a New Lexington 93, Logan 93, Delaware still clocking 94. It is hot this afternoon, and these humidity levels are just honestly kind of absurd for Ohio. We're talking upper 70s at times. We've seen 80-degree dew points. Coshocton 81. That is southern air right there. We're talking deep south kind of humidity across the region right now. And with that in place, there is just no shortage of food for these storms here this afternoon. They are going to bubble up and continue to be periodically strong as we head into the next several hours. We'll take a closer look back here at Franklin County, where again that severe thunderstorm warning is in place for about the next half hour. The good news here, this is a much weaker looking radar than what we saw when that warning was issued. We still have south of Groveport there, possibly some hail, some heavy rain, and likely some gusty winds, but not as strong as things were looking before. So that is good news there. But as one portion weakens, such has been the case since we started our coverage here right around 2 o'clock this afternoon, one portion weakens. The next portion gets stronger. Lithopolis, you're kind of left in the middle right now. You're between two storms. You're likely seeing a lot of lightning, hearing a lot of thunder, but for the most part, just kind of light rain for you guys. As you get southeast of the city there, it picks up in a hurry though, traveling down US 33 toward Lancaster. We're seeing that storm develop and strengthen this afternoon. As far as any kind of real organization to it on a bigger level, not really seeing much. Honestly, we're seeing a bit of the opposite. We've got probably 3 separate areas of brighter returns. So when you look out toward the horizon in the summer, you see those big towering clouds build. That builds into what you see as those brighter returns on radar. And the more of them you pop up in one spot, the more they fight each other. And it makes it hard for any one to sort of win out and become the strongest. So that's kind of what we're seeing out there toward Lancaster. And then toward Pickaway County, out toward Asheville, it is still raining, still seeing some lightning, but it is not severe right now. That warning should expire here, I would say, in about the next 30 seconds. I believe that one goes till 3 o'clock, and I'm not really seeing much reason to continue that warning, so I would not be surprised to see that one go away. Back out toward Lancaster, though, we'll have to watch this cell to see how that develops and changes over the next 30 minutes. This warning goes till 3:45. If this cell weakens, maybe we can cancel that a little bit early, but for now, that'll be staying in place. The same up in Franklin County, I would expect to see some change to this warning. That officially goes for another 30 minutes, but the way that has weakened, I would be kind of surprised to see that warning actually make it to that 30-minute mark, because every time we get a new scan here, what we have remaining south of Groveport right now continues to get weaker and weaker. You remember when Jerry was tracking that just about 15 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago, much brighter, much stronger, much more aggressive, now weakening, which is the good news. The stronger cell right now remains in Lancaster, really kind of stretching his way out there along US 22. This whole cluster not moving fast. It is a slow moving storm, producing again not much in the way of organization here this afternoon. We'll stay up just a little bit in front of it here and try to put a storm track on it, but honestly these storms are kind of hard to track because this portion hasn't really moved anywhere. It stayed in one spot, but where we have seen a change is we've bubbled up additional development in front of it. So we've kind of grown the storm to cover more area versus actually moving it from one spot to another. Where we are seeing movement, it is very slow. This is going to be kind of a weird looking path here, off to the northeast at about 10 miles per hour. This will be in the North Bern at 325, West Rushville at 336, Rushville itself 342, into the Thurston area at 352. And if it's held together to Pleasantville, that would be there at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So again, we'll have to keep a close eye on it. But I'd say the good news here is not a very organized cell. So I don't think we're going to see an increasing threat from this one at the moment, unless those trends start to change. But for now, still under a severe thunderstorm warning. Areas of highest impact likely there along US 33 with heavy rain, possibly those strong winds, and potentially some hail as well. Let's take a look inside the storm, see where we do see that hail potential. Certainly seeing that hail potential, that bright pink area there right along US 33. That's where we could get those hailstones up to about an inch in diameter. And when it comes to this storm, that's probably, in addition to that downbursty, gusty wind, going to be one of the bigger threats that will follow. I'll track the kind of center of the highest hail potential off to the east at about, again, 10 miles per hour here. That goes more or less just north of Lancaster. We'll track that about 10 miles per hour. That's not really going to put it into much, into the Tiki Pool by 346. Outside of that, we're in fairly rural portions of Fairfield County there, so we're not going to hit too much. If this moves north of 22, hopefully we can keep that out of Lancaster itself, but it's not a guarantee. This core of hail in the storm could fairly easily sort of migrate its way around, move its way around inside the storm. So that could hit you guys in Lancaster as well. But for now, it's off to your north and west, and hopefully, again, we could keep that out of the city. We'll pan back up into Franklin County as well. We do have some hail potential still in the Groveport area. I would say this is likely less than severe, probably around 0.5 to 0.75 diameter hail, but still enough that it's, if you come across it, traffic on US 33, they're not going to want to drive through it. So that's going to slow things down quite a bit as that cell moves east at about 15. We'll put the storm track on the highest hail potential here as well. Track that off to the east, again around 15 miles per hour. That'll be toward Pickerington here by about 3:30. Out toward Baltimore, I would say closer to 4 o'clock, because again, not fast moving storms. These are moving quite slow. We'll move our way further up the road up toward Licking County. We're not seeing a warning there at the moment, but such has been the case this afternoon. Again, one area forms, another area weekends, and we are seeing at least some potential for hail forming there south of Granville. This is north of Buckeye Lake. Eventually would make its way off toward Newark. We'll track that one as well, since we're following the hail threat here at the moment. Likely getting close to about an inch in diameter, probably closer to 0.75 for now. But if that holds together, develops, gains a little strength, that'll be over toward Heath by 326 and toward Newark by 331. So again, just another area that we have to watch this afternoon. Let's switch back to radar. We'll put the lightning back on. Again, lightning has been our best friend in terms of tracking what is growing in strength and what is weakening in strength. This is up to about 21 strikes in the past 10 minutes, so not overly strong at the moment, not enough for a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's entering kind of untapped air over Licking County. Haven't seen any rain yet. Your temperatures in Newark are likely, if not in the 90s, close to those 90s at this hour, and certainly plenty of moisture. So this would probably be our next cell to watch, so to speak, across the region. We'll kind of reset here, get a bigger picture across central Ohio. See several storms that we're watching. There's one developing up to the north in Delaware County, picking up lightning as well. We've got that cluster that's moving through central Ohio right now through Franklin County. That's continuing to develop. And then we got down toward Fairfield County, that particular warning in place at this time as well. We'll box zoom back in closer to us here in Franklin County. Again, we have that warning in place officially till 3:30. I wouldn't be surprised to see this one go away. Again, there's not too much left of that storm that initially prompted that warning. Areas to watch, we've got that storm out in Licking County. Not too developing too fast right now, so we'll watch that one. We got the storm up here in Delaware County. Rain likely picking up fairly heavy for you guys in Delaware County right now. Lightning strikes here, about 17 in the last 10 minutes. Again, not the strongest storm, but we're starting to get a little bit of those pink type colors popping up here on radar, so that is gaining a little bit of strength. Possibly heavy, well, certainly heavy rain, possibly some hail, possibly some gusty winds as well. So we're going to continue to see that change and develop here over the next 30 minutes, see if that gains strength or see if that weakens itself. Again, it's going to be kind of a wait and see type affair. Let's move over to the east and we'll zoom back down into Fairfield County here. I would say that is probably the biggest cell we're watching right now, is that one that's sort of developing its way through Fairfield County. Lancaster to the north, that hail area appears to be staying north of you guys, at least the heaviest hail, but it wouldn't be surprised to see some of it in the city as well. The lightning in the last 10 minutes was more toward the west side of the cell. Hard really to tell how recent all of that lightning is. That could be a sign we're going through a weakening phase, because we're seeing the stronger stuff start to develop to the east. The lightning was more toward the west. Let's get rid of that lightning and see what we see underneath it. We're seeing weaker returns, still heavy rain, still likely some hail, but I think that's a sign that a lot of that lightning was with the previous phase this cell went through, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. Again, likely to see that stronger area start developing out ahead of it over toward the east of US 33. Again, wind and hail are two big concerns with the storms this afternoon, in addition to the heavy rain. We are still seeing that hail potential in the cell. Likely, I would probably place this actual hail potential a little bit further east over US 33. Again, hopefully we can keep that north of the city of Lancaster. The hail potential here in Franklin County really has plummeted over the last 10 minutes. That's down to probably about pea size now, not much more than that. But again, we'll have to watch that potential down toward Fairfield County and Lancaster as we head through this afternoon. Let's go back to the radar picture here, and we'll go back to the broader view across the region, show you the warnings that we're watching this afternoon. Again, we have those two that are in place out there across the region. That is in portions of Franklin County, and Fairfield County does include part of Licking County there as well. But honestly, I would say that one really has fallen off, at least for the moment. Wouldn't be surprised to see that warning go away, but we got to watch what is down in Fairfield County. See what kind of strengthening we see with that one as well.
So it is, Michael, thanks for carrying the heavy lifting. I was going to say carry the water, but that's a little too soon and too close to many of our viewers right now. Looking at the possibility for the next couple of hours, for similar to yesterday, and once we get past there towards sunset, things should just kind of cool down and settle down. And it really is interesting in some of these storms, the length of the warnings. The storm doesn't even make it 30 or 45 minutes, just kind of really quickly pulses up and then comes back down again.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the warnings this afternoon, they issue them for a longer period of time because you got to kind of play it safe.
Sure.
Say on the off chance one of these storms does manage to get its act together, not fight with its neighbors. It could get strong, but for the most part, we just see them. We flare up, we flare down. The energy from that one collapsing thunderstorm builds another thunderstorm somewhere nearby, and there's never enough quiet for any storm to really get all that strong. But periodically, they just kind of come in bursts where you get about 5 to 15 minutes of really intense thunderstorms, and then it sort of weakens and it just sort of rains itself out.
Yeah, and they talked about some of the neighbors and thunderstorms, and oftentimes there's some competition maybe between neighbors, and thunderstorms aren't that different in the sense that there's only a finite amount of energy out there.
Yeah, speaking of which, we were just talking about for the last 5 minutes, they probably canceled that warning. They have canceled the warning in Franklin, Licking County. We have just the one warning left that is down in Fairfield County.
And so that one you can see that we use a lightning kind of as that gauge. If we can go to Weather Maine, one, that would be helpful. And we'll take a look at some of those storms, and we're looking at that. There we go. Thank you very much. That does show that kind of proliferation of lightning in a pretty short period of time. And there's nothing terribly organized about these storms, and that's fine. If they were forming more of a line or kind of taking a wave or an echo or a wave pattern, I should say, that would be more concerning. But right now, certainly concerning with a severe thunderstorm, but it's not looking like widespread severe weather. And you can see just how quickly we ramp up with these storms and then ramp back down again. So that's the thing we've been kind of watching over the past couple of hours. So let's bring down and watch the opportunity there. If we can click the menu there, I think I'm in Magic Track mode. I should be in play mode there. There we go. Just move the map around a little bit to get closer to some of those particular storms. And we keep that in motion for just a minute, and we can watch the lightning kind of pop up around Asheville, then subside, then pop up again. And these storms literally are cycling, kind of going up and down a mountain in terms of higher intensity, lower intensity, higher intensity, and just using the lightning as an obvious measurement of that, a tool for that cycle. We can see that kind of pulsing as it goes toward Lancaster right now, and then quickly spreading off toward the east. I'm going to zoom out just a bit to see some of the near neighbors around the area. And one thing that I'm looking for right now continues to be, are there any other areas of concern? Let's zoom out, Jerry. It's not zoom in. Zooming out for us. Any other areas of concern? Number one. But then number two, what we saw yesterday was pretty interesting in a few spots. Oftentimes, and it's not necessarily something that's visual, but these thunderstorms, as they get 30, 40, 50,000 feet tall, they will then collapse or weaken, and that air will hit the ground and then spread out in all directions. Oftentimes, those neighboring thunderstorms, when those collisions occur, that can lead to additional thunderstorm development. We saw some pretty clear indications of that yesterday. So we're looking at looking for some very subtle, we call them outflow boundaries. Sometimes they kind of show up as kind of rings of a light green on the outer edge of the storm. Not seeing that right now, but would not be surprised to see those, especially in advance around Newark, over toward Perry County, southeastern parts of Logan County, then eventually toward Athens and Guernsey County too. So just kind of taking a broad look at a moment and taking the lightning off. So we're just do a radar tour, kind of work down from north to south, and we're going to capture that storm around Lancaster in just a second. So we appreciate everybody sticking with us on 10 TV Plus. If you saw us drop in earlier on coverage on 10 TV, that's because we had that severe thunderstorm warning for hail and wind and rain in and around Franklin County, and now that has subsided. But it's just a reminder as we're going through the afternoon that we are continuing our coverage because of the severe thunderstorm warnings that are out there, and really any one of these in minutes can quickly strengthen into a severe thunderstorm. So that's why we're just continuing on 10 TV Plus. The point I was trying to make and will now is that if you did see us on 10 TV, maybe you're watching us on 10 TV Plus, just kind of spread the word. Hey, you can get some inside baseball, kind of some inside weather information, and we are going to do what we can to stay on and continue coverage as many people are wondering what's happening where they live on this Thursday, wondering what's happened for the rest of the evening. And of course, you're going to join us in about 45 minutes to find out what's happening for tomorrow and then for that weekend. So here's the radar tour that we talked about. We're looking at just west of Marengo, just east of Ashley, south of Cardington. There's 42. We're going to just go right down 42 just to make it easy for you, to give you a frame of reference. There's the storm right now, not a severe thunderstorm, but right around downtown Delaware. As we talked about it earlier, if you're listening to Michael or I in the past 30 or 45 minutes, you'll notice obviously your attention is drawn to the area light green, rain, then you go to yellow, and then orange, and then red, and then that deeper purple color. That means normally the storm is relatively tall compared to its near neighbors, and oftentimes just a first glance at the possibility of some hail and some heavy rain with that storm. So now we're talking about right around downtown Delaware, and that's something we're watching closely there. Down 42, it continues, and that goes toward Plain City. But now we're going to carve out a little bit eastern to the eastern part, and this is over near Polaris. There's 71, there's 270. So Sunbury, Galena, Genoa Township, and Westerville kind of splitting right between that 36 and then 270 down toward Blendon Township. Further off toward the south, and now we're going to move off toward the east and catch that storm as it's going through parts of Fairfield County right now. There's 33. We talked about 20 minutes ago. That storm was west of 33. Now it's moving east. Not at a real high rate of speed, 15 or 20 miles an hour, but right now the worst of that storm is just north of downtown Lancaster. And then we're going to continue off toward the south for a moment here and capture a few of those other ones just east of Laurel. And then we're going down toward Hocking County, continuing down 33, and then we're catching over near Zaleski and MacArthur. So that's the area we're watching right now. I'm going to actually do something and look at the strength or the height of this particular storm around Lancaster, and that will allow us to at least give you an idea and something that we don't always show, but we're going to do this today on 10 TV Plus. As I said, maybe get a little bit of inside baseball. We're going to kind of cut right through that area at the deeper purple, and then we're going to kind of scan across that storm. Each one of these lines is 10,000 feet, 10, 20, 30, 40,000 feet. Some of the strongest thunderstorms, and as a frame of reference, Mount Everest is about 30,000 feet, so we're talking about some pretty substantial thunderstorms with respect to their height. Generally speaking, the taller thunderstorms, that simply means that the updraft that causes those thunderstorms is moving 60, 80, well, maybe 100 miles an hour. And guess what? When you get those updrafts that are that strong, that can produce a lot and hold up a lot of moisture. It can also hold up a lot of hail. So that's something that we're watching closely too. So let's move over the storm, looking at that deeper pocket of red right around Lancaster. I should have zoomed out a little bit. We can still do the quick math though. Right around Lancaster, we see that deeper red in that pocket. Sometimes also you'll see a pocket within the storm. If I can get it to react and just doing very subtle, just kind of a meteorological x-ray, if you will. Sometimes we're looking for pockets of the deeper red or the purple inside the storm. That might be that hail is suspended, and as that updraft weakens, it will allow the rain and the wind and the hail to come back down to the ground. Don't know, thank you, Michael, for zooming out a little bit. Now we can see almost up to 50,000 feet, the top edge of that particular thunderstorm. And we're looking again 40,000. The deeper red and that purple more than likely consider that part of the hail core around 20 to 30,000 feet. So this is a pretty robust thunderstorm. It's something that we're going to continue to watch for you as we go through the afternoon. But again, just a little bit of inside weather information as we put on our doctor's cap and do a little bit of an x-ray for you there. That is the only severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. That's fine. That is in and around Fairfield County and Lancaster. That goes on, Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, until 3:30. 3:45. Thank you, 3:45. And that's what we're watching in terms of the thunderstorm threat across the area. So there's Pataskala, Thurston, Lancaster, and Good Hope right in the middle of Fairfield County. Let's just zoom in right there a little bit and give you a closer perspective of that particular storm. We just kind of sliced it up a little bit, but maybe we can zoom in a little bit better and give you some street names or at least some roads. There's Baltimore. It's south of Baltimore, south of Millersport, south of Buckeye Lake, south of Interstate 70 for the most part. But as we look at the area, the deeper red and the purple, boy, that is right north of downtown Lancaster. There's 22, there's 188, and then there's 37, where we see that core right there, kind of a little lopsided in terms of the storm, just north of downtown. So there's Lithopolis Road northwest, Logan Lancaster Road southeast, Pleasantville Road to the north of that. So right in between those roads at intersections, right around 37, just really getting hit hard by that particular storm. And as I said at the moment, that was the only severe thunderstorm warning in the moment. So we're going to zoom out just a little bit and see if there's anything else going on. Michael, is there a way, you can do it in real time and tell me, to get this to tilt up to 2 dimensions without having to zoom out all the way?
Best way would be to just sort of pick a region and go to that, or
okay, just
go
one
to
of these
state.
guys. Yeah, just go to the state. We'll just kind of reset there. Not a bad idea. Thank you for the information. So it's not bad actually to take a look at this right now. Kind of the ring of fire around Ohio and then kind of circling back toward Columbus, Cleveland, and it points off toward the east near Akron and Y-Town. And then you see again a couple of these orange areas, these orange polygons popping up. The one we're watching is southeast of Columbus and Fairfield County. Safe for that and in between for that, especially areas that have already seen some convection and thunderstorms. Not to say it's a guarantee, but a better chance of you not seeing additional thunderstorms as those outflow boundaries and those new thunderstorms begin to feed on air that has not been tapped already today. So that's just something to keep in mind. So another way of saying that I'm mainly concerned about in our viewing area, 10 TV viewing area, areas to the east of these thunderstorms have developed right around 2 o'clock. And it's almost down to the minute yesterday when Michael and Aaron were tracking these particular thunderstorms yesterday, and we saw them continue on, starting at right around 2 o'clock with severe weather popping up, and then continuing through the afternoon right through 4 and 5 o'clock as we went through the day. So hopefully we do not see a repeat performance today, but we're looking again to kind of give you a big picture perspective. There's 71, Morrow County, Delaware County, kind of the thunderstorms splitting the county right in half. Not severe weather, but certainly disruptive. But I do think in the next 20 or 30 minutes, as long as there's no development to the west, right now there does not appear to be, that Delaware should be getting a bit of a break after some very heavy rain between now and about 3:45. Franklin County and Columbus proper looking okay. Southeastern corner, a couple of downpours, but not near the coverage or the intensity of the downpours that did a number on traffic in some spots yesterday afternoon. Down to the southwest, right down 71. We're clipping Pickaway County and down toward Fayette County near Washington Courthouse, some downpours, but clearly your attention goes to this kind of extension, kind of a broken line from Fairfield County down toward Vinton County and then Hocking County in between. So looking at that storm right now, let's just put a track on that. We'll zoom in for you. And then I'll turn it back over to Michael for a minute. We got 4 o'clock news to get ready for, so it's great that we have 2 of us here today and are able to give you some extended coverage on 10 TV Plus, which we enjoy doing, but hopefully enjoy too, because it gives us the opportunity to really kind of let some of these stories and these storms and some of the weather background information kind of breathe a little bit. And oftentimes too, we'll have an opportunity to get some of your comments and your questions and concerns. So I don't know if that's fired up or not, Michael, with the text line and the Facebook feed, but that's an opportunity to kind of keep that in mind if we continue to do these 10 TV Plus initiatives. Rushville, Carthon, and Somerset, 344, 403, and 411, and that storm moves east. If it continues its current trajectory and strength, more than likely a severe thunderstorm warning issued for extreme eastern Fairfield County and central parts of Perry County around Somerset. So those 2 locations, central parts of Perry County, not under a severe thunderstorm warning yet, but if that storm continues, and we have every reason to believe that it will for a short term, those areas are under the gun.
We'll be watching these pretty much all afternoon. Like you said, Jerry, this has really been just a repeat of what we saw yesterday and to an extension what we saw Tuesday earlier this week as well, where these storms, they bubble up, they gain strength, they turn severe for a little bit of time, and then they weaken off and sort of marry on their way as a just really heavy kind of rain shower. And that's going to be likely the pattern that we're following between now and about sunset tonight. If you remember yesterday, once we got to about sundown, the energy was gone. We had enough clouds in the atmosphere, the temperatures went down, that the rain just sort of petered itself out eventually, but we got to get to that point. We've still got plenty of warm air, plenty of clear skies in parts of the region, and plenty of daylight left to help these storms continue on this afternoon. So let's go and take a look at Weather 2. That'll show us the wide view of radar here across central Ohio and where we're watching those storms continue to be strong at this hour. Thankfully, what has been heavy up in Delaware has at least stayed sub-severe. So it's still heavy rain, still likely some gusty winds, but we haven't seen severe thunderstorm warnings up in Delaware County, at least for the moment. And looking at this particular line of storms, doesn't seem to be any stronger than it was in the last 20 minutes or so. So hopefully we can keep those storms below severe level. The ones that we're watching right now continues to be that one down in Fairfield County, which is under a severe thunderstorm warning officially for the next 20 minutes till 3:45 this afternoon is when that would expire. If you remember, we were talking about also seeing how a cell out in Licking County would develop and if that would become strong or severe. Right now we've seen that go the opposite direction. That one has nearly fallen apart over Newark, so the hail potential has dropped. The heavy rain potential has dropped for you guys as well, with the stronger cell to the south kind of taking the priority in terms of the energy of that system. Lancaster right now still dealing with that heavy storm, so let's go ahead and take a close look in for you guys down in Fairfield County here and see where that particular stronger storm is. Yes, on Weather 2 right now, Jerry. We'll get a closer look at that storm here in just a moment. We'll reset the radar image here and we'll be able to zoom in closer to those storms down in Fairfield County. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning in place until 3:45 this afternoon. That's the only thunderstorm warning we have in place right now, but you can see just sort of the unorganized bubbling type structure of these storms this afternoon as they form, weaken, meander, and eventually dissipate out for another storm to come together. So we'll put this back into current mode and then we'll zoom in down to Fairfield County where that latest warning is in place. They've scaled it back a little bit from the original, so you can see it's not very big. Usually when we have thunderstorm warnings, what they like to do is give enough distance out in front of the storm so that we cover areas that aren't yet seeing the storm with enough alert to take action. But this one is really just sitting in one spot, so there's not really much for it to move. We've been tracking this for almost a half hour now, I believe, maybe closer to 25 minutes down in Fairfield County, and it's gone from about here to about here. That's all of maybe 10-15 miles. So this is not moving fast. It's producing a lot of rain and it's producing some gusty winds too. Good news here with this storm. We've been talking about lightning being a key indicator as for whether we're seeing a strengthening or weakening storm. About 20 minutes ago, this particular storm was producing close to 50, 60, 70 strikes per 10-minute period. That's now down to about 17 in the last 10 minutes, and that includes 4 or 5 strikes from that storm down toward Laurel. So this is in a weakening phase at the moment, and I wouldn't be all that surprised if this particular warning is allowed to expire before we get to 3:45. If that's the case, that would be the last warning that we have in place right now. But are we done with thunderstorm warnings this afternoon? I would be highly skeptical of that. We're in that exact same environment that we saw yesterday when we were tracking storms with Aaron last afternoon, where we bubble up a storm, gets severe, weakens, do it again, rinse, repeat, do it again, rinse, repeat. We're likely going to end up in the same spot tomorrow afternoon, at least to some degree as well, with another weather impact alert day for the heat across the region. Let's take a look inside the storm. It's been a minute since we've seen the hail potential out there, so I want to get an update on that. Looks like we kind of lucked out there in Lancaster. We were talking about if we can keep that hail core north of US 22, we can possibly keep most of that away from the city. Hopefully we've done that. It looks like that hail core has really kind of tracked from 33 north of 22 and stayed north of 22. Not quite as strong of a return there as we saw all of about 20 minutes ago, where we had those really bright pinks, but still likely around 0.75 to an inch in diameter when it comes to that hail potential out there north of US 22. This is going to be working its way very slowly east out of Lancaster, so we'll put a track on it, but overall not really moving that fast. So again, not a quick moving storm by any stretch of the imagination. This is really only about 15 miles per hour at the most. If this holds together, which right now it is in a weakening phase, we'll be in New Reading by 4:07, into Somerset by 4:19, and into Glenford by 4:24. So we'll keep an eye on that hail potential, see if that strengthens or weakens here in the next little bit. Overall, this storm, again, in a weakening phase, which is good news. That means hopefully we can get the severe ingredients out of this storm and we can just get it back to your run-of-the-mill summer afternoon thunder shower. As far as what we're seeing with the lightning trend there, again, continuing to drop in number of strikes in the last 10 minutes. This is now down to 14 strikes in the last 10 minutes, and I would really say probably even closer to about 8 when you factor out the lightning that's further to the south. When it comes to this warning, I wouldn't be surprised if this one is allowed to be removed sooner rather than later. Officially goes for about another 15 minutes till 3:45 this afternoon. But again, weakening storm, the wind threats dropping, the hail threats dropping. Not all that big of a concern anymore. Watch out for lightning, watch out for heavy rain, watch out for ponding on the roads. Speaking of that risk for ponding on the roads. Let's look at how much rain has come down in the last 6 hours. You can see that area of blue right there across Lancaster. This is indicating about a ½ inch to maybe an inch on the high end. So not quite enough to cause major flooding impacts, but enough that you might pond up an area that doesn't drain very well. You might get some water on some roadways, bridges, underpasses, things like that. Same up toward Groveport, so just outside the 270 loop, where that purple comes in. That's in radar estimate in excess of 1.5 inches. So that's a little bit more hefty total. Out toward US 23 in Pickaway County, Asheville down to Circleville, Williamsport, also coming in about a ½ inch to an inch in rainfall in the last hour, or last 6 hours. So again, maybe some of those flooding impacts for you guys. We'll take the broad view here across central Ohio and just kind of see any of those heavier spots of rain down toward northeast of MacArthur, seeing some of those heavier areas of rainfall down to the southeast of Chillicothe, maybe about an inch of rain this afternoon. Out toward Fayette County, northern Fayette County, north of Washington Courthouse, about another inch of rain this afternoon. Delaware County, about ½ inch to an inch of rain for you guys as well. All part of these storms as they continue to push their way through this afternoon, and we continue to see at times some fairly strong thunderstorms work their way through central Ohio. When it comes to the stronger areas right now, we've got heavy rain down toward MacArthur. This is going to be working its way into Athens County, I would say in about the next ½ hour to an hour. Again, not a quick moving storm, but keep in mind you might see it a pickup in activity for you guys here shortly in Fairfield County toward Bern, Lancaster. Also dealing with the heavy storm right now. That is still under a severe thunderstorm warning. And then we have that storm up to the north. That's up in portions of Delaware County and up toward Mount Gilead, where we're seeing not severe, but heavy rain potential, possibly gusty winds, certainly some lightning out there, and maybe some hail too. We haven't looked at the northern storm with regard to hail potential here this afternoon, so let's go ahead and pop that on. It does look like down in Delaware County we are seeing that hail to the east of the city, at least some potential for it. We'll take a closer view of that part of the storm. This is down in Delaware County, near Sunbury, east of Delaware itself, north of Galena, right between, really, I would say east of 71 more so than anything. Not quite too severe level. I would say this is somewhere around that 0.75 inch hailstones. So we're kind of coming in probably about, I don't know, penny size, maybe a little bigger than that. But you got to get up to that 1 inch to get to severe hail. But keep that in mind if you're traveling east of Delaware along 36, you're likely to encounter some slow travels as that potential for hail and certainly some heavy rain will be impacting this region as well. We talked a lot about lightning. We're going to keep an eye on the lightning this afternoon. Let's see what this cell's doing up in Delaware County. This particular region, up to 54 strikes in the past 10 minutes. So this is a pretty strong cell that we're seeing up there to the north, and one that we're going to need to continue to watch this afternoon, see if this does gain enough strength to pick up a warning or not. Haven't seen it grab a warning yet, but again, that could change between now and later this afternoon. We still continue to watch that storm further to the south, down in portions of, again, Fairfield County. It looks like we have this view here missed it just a little bit, so we'll zoom back up to the north there. We have that no warning, but strong cell, heavy rain toward MacArthur. We still see that warning again in Fairfield County. Just not really seeing too much in the way of severe indicators with this storm anymore. That warning goes till 3:45, so that's about 10 minutes from now, give or take. But this particular cell, I would say, losing a lot of its severe potential. The lightning is down to, you can count them now, 1, 2, 3, 4 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes. The hail potential dropping as well, the rainfall rates going down. We're seeing all the things that you want to see when it comes to a weakening thunderstorm. So again, not sure how much longer we will keep this warning on that cell. For now, still in place, but I don't think this is really the strongest cell that we have anymore. Let's just isolate that particular storm with a radar close by. We'll use the Columbus Airport radar there. I think that's probably a little bit weaker than it actually is, but not particularly seeing those strong returns anymore. A lot of moisture got lofted into the air, but as far as how much is raining itself to the ground, not big returns there on the Columbus radar. Let's take I would say Wilmington here for a second as well. That'll give us at least a little bit more powerful radar, but it's going to be looking higher into the sky. Still seeing some very bright reds out there. This is probably really no more than moderate rainfall at this point. I would say about ½ inch to maybe an inch of rain per hour. Still under that severe thunderstorm warning, at least for the moment. But again, I would say the threat with this cell is largely wrapping itself up. So that's good news as well. While we're on just the single radar, kind of gives us a little bit more resolution into the storms. Let's take a look up toward Delaware County as well and take a look into this storm here. Again, not overly strong at the moment. We're seeing those brighter reds, so that's pretty heavy rainfall. We're talking probably about an inch of rain per hour or so, maybe about 1.5 inches on the high end, but not seeing particularly what you would associate with much hail potential or much really severe potential right now. Just a heavy thunderstorm here this afternoon. Again, the other thing we continue to watch across the region, it's the reason we've been under weather impact alert days for most of the week, is the heat out there. These storms do one thing well, which is provide us with some relief out there when it comes to the heat. I'm very skeptical now of that Delaware 91. I think that has cooled off quite a bit from there, but we are looking at 74 in Columbus as the rain came through, down to 77 in Circleville. Where the rain's not quite to yet, New Lexington, Logan, McConnellsville, we're still in the low 90s out there. Coshocton, 93. That's definitely warm, very warm air that this storm system can take advantage of and possibly form more strong storms. Very moist air in place across central Ohio as well. Those dew points out there, New Lexington 79. That is very, very humid air, and that is likely still going to help to fuel those storms as we head through this afternoon. Let's go back to the radar picture there. Still sticking with that warning in Fairfield County as of right now. Again, kind of like what we were saying here, I don't really know that we need that warning per se anymore as that system continues to weaken its way off. I would say the stronger portion of that cell now really kind of migrating its way further to the south. I mean, we got still that strong cell, not severe, in Delaware County. It's dropping heavy rain along I-71 north of us here in Franklin County. A lot of people take that route in the evening commute. I would expect that to be quite slow going heading north there on 71. So watch out for that. If you're heading southeast toward Lancaster, for the most part from Franklin County, it's probably going to be pretty quick to move. Not looking at a lot of movement there. And then as we head down toward Logan, seeing that heavier cell. We've been talking a lot about Delaware County and what that cell is going to do. And this looks like that's our newest warning into us here at 10 TV. Eastern Delaware County, portions of Licking County. This storm moving with winds of 60 miles per hour and 0.75-inch diameter hail. Jerry, you've got the latest printout on that. What's the detail on that storm?
15 miles an hour. Radar indicated the gusty winds, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Even though you've been tracking and talking about the hail, Michael, it doesn't specifically mention that as a threat, but it very well could in the next couple of minutes. That's east at 15, just indication of how slow these storms are moving. So that's continuation of our concern for the localized flooding too.
Yeah, so I mean, heavy rain, heavy wind, not a lot of movement, and some hail. All factors with these storms here this afternoon. So we're going to be watching that pretty carefully as we work our way through the next few hours here, and of course keeping an eye on these storms as they continue to form. Like I said, this morning down here in Fairfield County, I am no longer really concerned with this, so we're going to kind of put this guy on the back burner. We're just not going to see much more out of that warning. I think we can pretty safely get rid of it at this point. This is the one that we're going to be watching for. Kind of interesting that they finally issued a warning on this particular cell, because just looking at the radar doesn't seem to be all that strong compared to some of the returns we've seen with it this afternoon, it's been kind of at this level for a while. We'll look at the winds inside of there, see if anything kind of crops up here as being more notable than other. Looks like, I mean, we got some strong wind features there. Nothing that says this is going to be an excessively strong thunderstorm. But what we're watching for this afternoon are those downburst potentials. This is where we get those big towers. Once they start to collapse and rain themselves out, it's kind of like turning a bucket upside down. All that energy comes down to the ground, and as that water would spread out from a bucket, the wind spreads out from that collapsing thunderstorm. So we'll be watching for that wind potential up there in Delaware County as well as this storm continues to work its way off to the east. You said it, was it 10 or 15, Jerry?
15 miles an hour.
15
East
miles.
at 15.
So we'll track that storm off to the east here at about 15 miles per hour. Again, track that kind of leading edge there. This one has a little bit broader of an edge that we can track because that warning does extend into Licking County. And that takes us to about the edge of that warning here by 4:40. This warning goes till 4:15, I believe. So that will be likely, again, one of those kind of wait and see type things to see if this storm gather strength, maintain strength, and just what exactly it does here over the next hour or so. For right now, though, Sunbury, this is going to be in your place pretty much now. Condit by 3:54, Centerburg at 4:11, Croton at 4:16, Five Corners at 4:32, and then over to Johnstown at 4:35. Assuming this particular storm continues to have enough strength for a severe thunderstorm warning this afternoon. Just to give you guys at home a little bit of information as to what our plans are this afternoon. Of course, we're coming up on our 4 o'clock newscast later tonight. We'll take a quick break as we get close to that. That'll be around 3:50, 3:55, just to give us some time to reset and get ready for our friends on TV as well. But until then, we'll stick with you guys here on our Plus channel and continue to track those storms. Of course, I'm here in studio joined by Chief Meteorologist Jerry Martz. He'll be tracking those storms with you as we head deeper into the evening throughout the 4 o'clock and into those evening shows later tonight. And then, of course, at any point that we need to continue to do our Plus coverage, you can always find us here on 10 TV Plus, and you can watch our streaming radar no matter what time of day it is, no matter if there's severe weather or not. You can find that stream in the Plus app and on 10tv.com. So there's lots of ways to keep up to date on the weather here in Central Ohio. A couple areas. Oh.
Second, if I could.
Yes.
I'm going to continue to prepare for the 4 o'clock news. I'm going to let you continue on there. If you need a quick break to get a drink, I can man the fort for a couple of minutes and then move on through. What weather computer are you on?
That's on 2 right now.
2,
so.
that's good. That's good, so we can avoid confusion there. So if you want to get a quick drink and quick break, I'll let you take us home closer to 4 o'clock, but I'll give you a break for a moment there. Appreciate the team coverage and giving the folks in now Delaware County a heads up as to what they can experience. And a lot of that is not good news, obviously, but it is interesting, as you said, that the National Weather Service chose this particular storm to issue that warning on when there are some other near neighbors which look a little more ominous. The one thing that I was doing when you were on camera a moment ago was kind of looking into that particular storm, and we'll do that again right now. We've done this a couple of times and just really kind of dissected that storm. And one of the things we're watching right now from these storms is the height of the storm, and when that gets up to 30, 40, 50,000 feet, that's supportive of a couple of things that are concerning. One, of course, is the amount of rain and the moisture that can literally be lifted and held in this. We're talking thousands and hundreds of tons of moisture and rain. The other one is hail and wind. That updraft that creates these thunderstorms is faster than highway speeds and it's going straight up in these cases. So when we're looking at that, we're kind of moving this back and forth across the particular storm cell. We're looking for that deeper red and some of those purple colors. That's an indication that this storm is very healthy, at least for the moment, and that it's holding up a lot of energy, that updraft in the storm. What's going to happen eventually, as has been the case in other storms, is that updraft is not sustainable forever. There's only a finite amount of energy around and fuel for these storms. And as that updraft begins to weaken, that storm will fall and collapse. And then we're going to see all the rain, all the hail, and all that wind pretty much at the same time. So that's what's concerning about these storms. And looking at this particular perspective for you, it does allow us to show a little bit to you what we're looking at here in the 10 Weather Impact team, kind of behind the scenes. So that's a look at the storm right now. The severe thunderstorm warning goes on till 4:15 for Delaware County. There are some near neighbor storms that we're watching very closely, but right now the storm is the only one that really is something that's concerning to us. So take a quick look at the wide scan of the radar for us, and that does show a couple other pockets of instability. We're going to zoom right back in and change that radar scan for you. I'm going to put the lightning on. Oftentimes that will also be an indicator of the general storm health. There we go. Thank you for cooperating. I'm going to look at that storm again, really just focusing on the metro area for the moment to give us a look at some storms. Just a little cell popping up in the past 5 minutes. That is northwest of Columbus, southwest of Powell. That's right along Riverside Drive for some perspective. We're also looking at that cell northeast of that one in parts of Delaware County. No lightning with this cell right now, but we're going to watch that one closely because your friends, you, neighbors, family members, traveling on 315, 23, 33, 270, trying to get on 71 for that intersection, which is no picnic on a good day. That's what we're looking at, this cell right now moving in that general direction. Clearly your attention goes to where all this lightning is, and that cluster showing, I'm going to zoom in just to that particular cell. It's not a huge amount of lightning, but it's obviously showing just in this storm. And that's probably one of the reasons, too, the National Weather Service is issuing the warning on that particular storm, because with that tight cluster of lightning in a short period of time, this storm is doing just fine. So if we're doing a health check on all the storms around central Ohio, unfortunately, that one right now in Delaware County looks to be the strongest. The threats, if you're just joining us on 10 TV Plus, thank you. If you've been here for a while, maybe repeating ourselves a couple times, but the information, for better or for worse, is the same. These thunderstorms are very robust for a short period of time. They've got a lot of wind and hail and lightning and rain. Eventually, they're going to move on and weaken, but in this particular case right now, just reaching that severe criteria with those winds up to or over 60 miles an hour. There's probably some hail in here too, and of course some very heavy rain, and that's why we're watching and paying attention to that particular storm. So going to go back to the plane radar for you and lose the lightning just to kind of clean things up a little bit, and then we're going to put a track on that storm. I'm going to focus a little more. I'm going to stretch even into southern parts of Morrow County right now and track that storm for you. There we go, if we can get to cooperate, and we can. And a slow mover, like 15 miles an hour. Think about that, it's not very fast. That's like bicycle speed, if you will. And this one moving just east at about 15. So we're looking at around Sunbury and Condit, 346 right before 4 o'clock. And then we're looking at Sparta and Centerburg now to 416, Mount Liberty, and then Five Corners between now and 437. What we've been seeing, though, and not to be dismissive of the storm, but as it gets further away in time, we're talking 437, that's 50 minutes away. I'm not counting on this storm doing what it's doing right now. There might be some other storms we're concerned about, but just giving a little bit of lead time, Centerburg, Mount Liberty, and Five Corners, if you are under the threat or outside or know somebody that is, just a little bit of a lead time there. And right now, literally as we're focusing on that particular thunderstorm, there is another severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go to that one right now in real time coming up on 347 on this Thursday. Much like the past couple of days, these thunderstorm warnings just kind of hopscotching around central Ohio. This one in particular for Knox and Morrow County, that has 60-mile-an-hour winds, just less than 1 inch hail. And I'm going to guess, Michael, 15 miles an hour?
Southeast at 20.
Southeast at 20. Okay, they're overperforming compared to some of those near neighbors. So I'm going to put a track on this particular storm for you. Then we're going to zoom in and we're going to show that area right now of concern. Then I'll turn the reins over to Michael for a few minutes. Going to get ready for our 4 o'clock news, and we're going to do a lot of the same thing we're doing right now. Join us at 4 o'clock on 10 TV. Of course, with the sports and the news and the headlines of the day, but also keeping you up to speed on the weather. Really interesting, there's kind of the curved, kind of I'm not going to say kind of a sickle looking. Be very careful. Be careful what you say. A rooster, that's a good way to put that. That is somewhat concerning and interesting nonetheless. You can see that deeper purple in some pockets right there north of Marengo over toward Chesterville, just between Chesterville and Fredericktown, and then there's 95, and that's kind of the northern extent of that particular storm. So again, I'm going to do as I promised. I'm going to zoom out, and then we're just going to give a track on this storm. Then I will turn the reins over to Michael. That's kind of an unusual track. We're going to do it in southeast at 20, if I heard you correctly.
Yep.
Put that there, and we'll kind of start up just in the strongest part of that cell, go back down toward Marengo, and then just get southeast if my knees can handle that, and I think they can. There we go. Chesterville, Sparta, 353, 402. Fredericktown at 410. Green Valley and Mount Vernon, central parts of Knox County, 4:30, Wynkoop and Gambier now getting further off toward the east, outside almost of that range of this thunderstorm warning between now and 4:44. So coming up, we're about 10 minutes to news time. Join us on 10 TV. Michael's going to continue for a few more minutes. Then we're going to hit the reset and do it all again, 4, 5, and 6. And even after that, if the storms continue after our 6:30 broadcast on 10 TV, we're going to be right back here on 10 TV Plus, keeping you and your family safe and keeping you ahead of the storm. Michael?
Yeah, Jerry, we got about 4 or 5 more minutes here of coverage on the Plus channel. And of course, we'll have our full newscast coming up at 4 o'clock. Just getting some information from our guys in the back. Do we need to wrap this up a little bit earlier than 55, or can we go till 55? All right. So we'll wrap this up here in about the next minute or so. Give you a quick recap of what's going on across the region. Let's just take a view of Max 2 full. We'll show you the storms that we have across central Ohio right now. Of course, we got that one that is now up to the north for portions of Morrill, Knox County, coming out of Delaware. This is coming from the storm that's also in Delaware under a severe thunderstorm warning until 4:30 this afternoon. Wind and possibly some small hail are two biggest concerns. And then we have our storm down in Delaware County, which appears to be on the weakening side, which is good news because we want to see these storms weaken this afternoon. That warning till 4:15 includes portions of Licking County. Broader view across the region, things to watch. We got that storm down toward Lancaster and Logan. Wouldn't be surprised if we see some additional warnings as that pushes to the east, and then some more bubbling back toward the west. So there's a lot to track here this afternoon across the 10 TV viewing area, and we're going to continue to do that. Our 4 o'clock news broadcast starts here in just 9 minutes. You can watch that, of course, on the air, 10 TV Plus or 10tv.com. You can watch our live radar streaming anytime on the radar website, the 10 TV Plus stream, and our 10tv.com as well. For now, though, that will be the end of our additional broadcast here on 10 TV Plus. We'll see you again in just under 9 minutes. Have a great afternoon.